Hello, hello! Konnichiwa, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. How's it going, everybody? Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. Hi, Dragon. Hi, Zexu. Hello. Good afternoon, son. How are the hunters doing? It has been over a full 24 hours since Monhun released. How are you guys holding up? I am seeing so many Monster Hunter streams and VODs on YouTube and Twitch. Monhun taking over. It's taking over. You survived the launch. Beautiful. Always a 10 out of 10 intro. Thank you. Yeah, Toko was doing a giveaway as part of his charity streaming. I did not wake up to a DM or a pin or anything, so I assume I did not win the free Monhun. I figured I might as well. I'm like, if I win, I'll definitely try it. One day. You beat the low rank? Very nice. See, I didn't even know there were ranks. I've just been watching different people play. It's like, I've never played Monhun. I'm not sure. I can't say whether or not I would enjoy Monhun without trying it. But I definitely love watching people play Monhun. I need to catch up on Ina's stuff. Ina in particular, I always watch anytime she's playing Monster Hunter. Why? I don't know. Just the combination of Ina and Monster Hunter just works. I know there's like... From what I know about Monster Hunter, you can beat, like, the story campaign, but, like, technically Monster Hunter never ends. Because there's always equipment and other stuff to build. Sparkly face. I mean, I've had vague curiosity about Monhun before, but like the whole main story was low rank. Oh! Wait, you already beat the story? How long are the stories in Monster Hunter games usually? Like only 12 hours or something like that? Or did you just go absolutely bananas and didn't sleep? Y'all all adults, so I can't judge, but oh my goodness. I was definitely sleeping most of this morning. Somewhere around 1 a.m. The muscle soreness from all of the box moving and carrying and stuff like that I've been doing the past 2 days finally hit. So even with stretching and painkillers, every time I'd wake up, I'm like, I'm okay now. And then like about 20 minutes later, it's like, no, no, no. Gotcha. That's good. New monsters to find in high rank makes sense. What monsters did I remember seeing Toko hunt? I remember there's like the Sand Leviathans because we kept talking about how this is like a mix of Stranger Things and Dune. There was like called it the ugliest bird he's ever seen. I don't remember what that one was called. It's like, okay, I'll take your word for it. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, Steam is starting to very strongly recommend games to me. I'm getting distracted every time Steam opens up to get like a game going. I'm like, ooh, what's this? What's this? We got a very nice clip I can't post due to spoilers. Oh no! Yeah, there's... What is it? Usually within a week, most people agree that's like the common courtesy period for posting things that would have spoilers. Because, I mean, it gets to a point where you're never gonna completely avoid spoiling someone, but within a week, a lot of people have already, like, gotten past whatever. Ugh, big stretch. Like, my soreness has abated enough that, like, I can sit and stream and stuff, but, like, I still feel it in my shoulder. That might also be because I accidentally, I have moles on my back last night while I was trying to massage out everything. I think my nails caught one of my moles, and then, like, there was so much blood, so I'm like, yeah. So, I'm sore, I'm injured, it is an interesting Saturday. Oof, yeah. I always forget that particular one is there, because it's like, it's a lot closer to my shoulder blade than I always think it is, so then it's like, ah, crap. It is what it is. But yeah, that led to hilarious, late night Google, because, like, I know how to stop bleeding, but I was like, now out of scientific curiosity, I need to find out why in particular moles bleed so much if you just scratch. Apparently, they can have extra blood vessels in that area, and that's part of the problem. So it's like, oh. Science! I say, as we don't have a single science bean. I get that from haircuts sometimes. From ones on your neck, oof. Yeah, that would do it. Ouch. Yeah, I have one on my neck, but it's like closer to the base of my neck. So since I have long hair, it's very uncommon for anything to happen to that one. And I have one on my chin, so if I was a dude or like a person who had to shave, then like there'd be a chance I'd nick that one, but gosh darn those moles. Oh my god. I don't remember if I told you guys this. This is a little gross, so in case you're eating, be forewarned. Because when I went to go visit Mama and Papa Melis for the New Year, Papa Melis was showing me photos of stuff he had cooked recently. And then, like, you know, it's all in the same, all his photos are in the same camera roll. So then he got to pictures of, like, some of the, like, not like, what is it? The basal cell carcinoma. So, like, the skin cancers he's had removed recently. And so, like, he started showing me the pictures. I'm like, Dad! Don't. No. Go. No. No. And he's not listening, and he's trying to shove the phone in my face, and I've literally got my foot on his chest, like, no. Do not. It's like, that's gross. I'm glad you got those taken care of, but no, I don't need to see the photographic evidence. Thank you. Why are dads like this sometimes? Sometimes they're just pure agents of chaos, and it's like, can you not do that? Alright, let's see here. Game. Gosh, it's been a bit since we've gone around to the Phoenix Wright games, the Ace Attorney games. There seems to be one game that we play that's like in rotation that always seems to be quote-unquote cursed, and it's the one that keeps having to get rescheduled just by pure coincidence of the fact that, like, you know, it was scheduled on the day I was sick, or, like, you know, I had like an emergency or whatever. I think that's good. Okay. There we go. I know we were getting close to the end of this case. It was just dragging on, and we had to wrap up. This is the one where Edgeworth got taken hostage briefly because the Blue Badger smacked him on the head with a sword. And now we found the person who got kidnapped, and the whole reason we were there was to deliver the ransom money. So we found the guy, and I think we started accusing him of staging his own kidnapping because he needed money for debt repayment or like something like that. So that's roughly where we are, I believe. Oh, thank you, me, for stopping at a good point so it'd be easy to wrap my brain around what's going on. I came back to the hideout long after the other two. By that time, Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Deacon. Ah, yes. This girl, supposedly, she's claiming she killed the victim that was murdered, one of the fellow kidnappers, who may or may not have been her father. She's denying that, but the evidence is pointing out that he's her long-lost papa who escaped from prison. He had tied Mr. Deacon securely to the beam in the room next door. After that, the two of us put on our costumes and made our escape. Wait, hold on a minute. The room next door? That was us. We're the ones that were tied up to the beam. So, Mr. Deacon must have escaped after the two of you left, right? We thought that it'd attract too much attention if we left together, so I left first. We planned to meet up again at the stage in the stadium. But then, as I was walking through the park, I got a call from Lance on my cell phone. Oliver managed to escape. It looked like he was waiting until I was alone. He also stole a gun from me at that time. How did he get untied from the pole? That's the question. And then the murder happened. Mr. Deacon must have overheard their plan to meet up at the stage. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, Miss Pop saw the victim with her own eyes. Which means that the victim was still alive at that time, wouldn't you agree? Why does that sound wrong to me? Because we were the one tied to the beam. That's probably why there was a blue badger, like, head right beside us. There must be something amiss about this account. Let's see what happens when I examine it in more detail. Alright, so how do we go about establishing that this wasn't Mr. Deacon, that she saw us?
Hold it!
How did Lance look at that time? No, that's not it. Well, he looked shocked. He also looked a little down. When I saw that sadness in his eyes, Thank you, that's enough for now. What was this situation like?
Hold it!
Tied to the beam? You are sure that it was Mr. Deacon that you saw? Yes, I am certain of what I saw. Did you go into the other room to check? Lance said that it was best if I didn't get too close to him. Lance, he's such a kind soul. Then are you telling me that you did not confirm that it was Mr. Deacon for yourself? I checked through the slit in the door that separates the two rooms. He had a bad badger's head on, so I'm absolutely sure. Ah, yes. It's the Steel Samurai all over again. I saw the costume. The dude wears the costume. Therefore, it could only be this dude. Good old mystery games. Like, they gotta make it simple enough, but it's like, come on. In real life, no one would believe that. That just had to be Mr. Deacon. She saw a bad badger head. Well, why would anyone else wear the costume, right? I love the Ace Attorney series, but from playing so many other mystery games now, I'm like, this is baby mystery logic kind of thing. Like, it's very rudimentary, and a lot of the twists come from being like, why would I think of that? That's weird. Alright. So now we got a statement.
Hold it!
Or a new one, rather. So the tied-up Mr. Deacon was still in the Bad Badger costume? Yeah? She's like, what about it? Dun, 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 dun. It would appear she misread the whole situation. Good job, girly. What now? Should I raise an objection? Yes. She saw us. With probably the thing stuck on our head. The person you saw was not the victim. What? Why not? What do you mean, why not? I will tell you why not. With this! Oh no, evidence. This shows us that the person you saw was not the victim? Dun, 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 dun. Probably? It's the only thing that makes sense. It's the only thing that has to do with the badger.
Take that!
Miss Pops, the person you saw was not Mr. Deacon at all. Huh? The person you actually saw was this person. Miles Edgeworth. You know, it was me! Miles! It was me. Huh? The person I saw was you? I always thought it was a bit odd. Why would the kidnappers abduct me even after I handed over the ransom? Bro is sweating buckets. It's not as though I saw the face of the kidnappers. If I were them, I would have just taken the $1 million and ran. But in the end, there was a point to it all. It was to make me look like Mr. Deacon. The magenta suit didn't throw her off at all. Like, Mr. Deacon wasn't wearing those pants earlier. Well, whatever. Good morning, Ranger. And if that was the reason for which I was abducted, then I believe we can assume that the victim was already dead at that time. Well, Lance, am I right? That's... You showed Miss Pops a person, namely me, with a bad badger's head on. And then made your costume to escape together, or so you pretended. Huh? What do you mean he pretended? Exactly that. I believe Lance watched you escape and then doubled back to the hideout. Probably to come and remove the bad badger head from my unconscious self. And to create his fake prison with the prop sword. He then escaped via the passageway.
Knock him back!
It's just the way the sprites are set up together. But it looks like Lance is cowering behind Lon. Like he's like, oh no, you gotta protect me, Mr. Interpol agent. Don't get caught up in the tidal wave of words coming out of Mr. Prosecutor's mouth. Tidal wave? We've heard a lot coming out of you, but I've yet to see a shred of evidence. The victim's betrayal and his subsequent detainment. All of that could have happened while you were out cold. That's right, you were out for quite a while, Mr. Prosecutor. Even if that were the case, Miss Pops would have still seen me tied to the beam. It's got you there. Speed! I was scared of Mr. Deacon, so I didn't go into the next room. Damn. So I really have no idea if you were in there or not, Mr. Edgeworth. You see? It would seem that you can't prove a thing. Ah! Who said that? Who's objecting to whatever? Ah, yes, it's Papa. It looks like we've moved past the popularity kick, yeah. Usually I'll mix it up. I tried leaving it open to see if that affects the randomizing at all. Mr. Romano. Ho, Miles, my boy. It looks like you're really giving it your all. And Lance, it's not good to cause trouble for others. Great. Dad! Let's see, you are the ones in charge of the investigation, correct? Yeah, that's right. It's like, what do you want? I'm sorry that my son has been nothing but trouble. This probably won't make up for anything, but I have some evidence for you. Oh, that's suspicious. Oh, do you now? How's everyone doing? I am pretty good. Was sore most of the night and morning because the muscle soreness from all of the box moving and stuff I've been doing the past couple days at work finally caught up to me. But I slept like a rock and now I'm feeling better, so hooray. Is that what I think it is? Damn. Do stay mighty? I will. It's the Bad Badger costume the victim was wearing, and a gun! That's convenient. I couldn't wait around for the police, so I went and found these myself. It appears that they were disposed of in the sea. Is there no one in this country who actually obeys the laws? Probably not. Screw the rules, I have money. There, now. Agent Long, please calm down. What the heck is this scrap of paper? This appears to be a letter from the Chief of Police. Please allow Mr. Amano complete freedom to do as he sees fit. Ah, bribery. Alive and well in the institution of law enforcement. Love to see it. What? The Chief of Police? What the? Just who does he think he is? The dude who designed the Blue Badger. The person who wields the highest authority in this area. Ho, 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 there now. There is no need to be so upset. I'm not a cop from this land, so I'm not bound by the laws of your country. Technically, you are. I mean, as like an Interpol agent, I guess he technically has some authority to skirt some of this stuff. But at the same time, now. This wasn't meant to strong-arm you into anything. It's just a request. A request from the Chief of Police. I'm only asking that you please respect the laws of the land. I can't really say no to that. However, returning to the topic at hand. It doesn't matter who found the evidence. Its value remains unchanged. I mean, technically, this evidence would never be admissible in court because of the way it was discovered. But whatever, this is Ace Attorney. Alright, now let's take a look at this new evidence. Some of my favorite content to check on YouTube periodically are the various, Let's Plays that are like lawyer plays Phoenix Wright for the first time. So many of them just like put their head in their hands and call out so much of the BS. I mean, of course, it's not 100% accurate to laws, because then it wouldn't be a fun game, but still. Like, in particular, Edgeworth gets them so heated. I've already got the results back. I had a special forensics research lab that I'm on good terms with conduct the test. They verified the blood on this costume belonged to Oliver. As for the gun, I don't know about if the seawater would destroy the DNA or anything, but okay. The only fingerprints they could find were yours, Lauren. What? You disappoint me, Miles. I can't believe that you would cause my son such stress and heartache. Thank goodness I was able to find the final pieces of evidence. I'm totally not trying to get my child out of murder and kidnapping and ransom charges. Using my money. With this, you'll have no reason left to push my poor boy around. That's it? These are the case-making pieces of evidence? Huh, I'll be the judge of that. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. You need a better catchphrase, Edgeworth. Eureka doesn't. Eureka's not that great either. Bullet hole. It looks kind of burned around the edges. Those burn marks were left by the gunpowder. So this was point blank range. Why is that? Because it is proof that the victim was shot at point blank range. Yes. Yay. Catch me going to law enforcement. Where did you study? The School of Face Attorney. Could this gun be the actual murder weapon? Used to kill Deacon. Was originally stolen from guard during escape. I see. What's this? It looks like there's something inside the costume head. Hey, they sparkle! I bet they're really valuable. It's glass. Sorry, but they're just pieces of a mirror. But why are they in here? Well, are these not the most definitive pieces of evidence you've ever seen? Sure. Totally definitive. Very, very definitive. Thank you, Dad. This should be enough to convince Mr. Edgeworth over there. Nothing could convince Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth be, you know. All right. Excuse me. Make no mistake, there were fingerprints on that murderous gun. And they proved that it was Lolly who killed Oliver. But Oliver was after Lolly's life. So, Mr. Edgeworth, even you must see that Lolly was only acting in self-defense. You still go to jail for self-defense, though. It's not the get-out-of-jail-free card we all think it is. The fingerprints on the weapon, huh? Oh no, this isn't helpful at all. Look, Mr. Edgeworth, all I want to do is save Lolly. But in the end, all I can do is watch on as she takes the punishment for her crimes. You could save her by admitting the truth. I still have a case to solve and a job to do. The job of unraveling your insidious lie. You wound me. It's a flesh wound, though. Why won't you believe me, even in the face of all this evidence? I mean, it's not particularly strong evidence. Okay. Fingerprints on the murderous gun. They were in costumes at the time. So, would she have even been able to fire the gun? That's the question here.
Hold it!
Those fingerprints, are you sure they belong to Miss Pops? There's no mistake about it. Though through my connections, I had the best forensics techniques money can buy performed. You mean forged. I find that to be a bit peculiar. What? Are you trying to pick an argument with me? Yes. What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Do it! Frankly, I don't believe that Miss Pops' print should be on that gun to begin with. And the reason why Miss Pops' print should not be on the gun is... Ah, there we go.
Take that!
It's simply not possible for Miss Pops to have left any prints on the murder weapon. Because while she was at the stadium, Miss Pops was wearing a costume. Huh? But there's been no mistake. We found fingerprints. Well, Miss Pops, do you remember touching the gun at all at any time? Ah, yes, as a matter of fact, I did hold it for a bit back in the hideout. I handed it off to Mr. Deacon when he and Lance left for the haunted house. To retrieve the ransom money, I suppose. And there you have it. That is when Miss Pops' prints found their way onto the gun. Bro thinks he's part tiger. Do you understand now, Mr. Amano? The fingerprints do nothing to prove that Miss Pops is the murderer. But you still don't have anything to prove that she isn't the killer, right? You seem very adamant about insisting that your girlfriend is a cold-blooded killer. Oh, Lance! What? No way! I'm incredibly worried about her. So worried. But that doesn't change the fact that you don't have any evidence, right? Huh, that's where you're wrong. I have the evidence. What? How? Why is he still in handcuffs? Those are handcuffs from supposedly when he was kidnapped. Why has no one gotten those off him yet? The story that Miss Pops killed the victim at the stage in the stadium. The whole affair is simply not true because that was not the real crime scene, but a setup. This proves that the real murder was not committed there. The costume? The victim's costume, there we go. Let's take another good look at the costume the victim was wearing. Then I believe you will see why I insist he was not shot at the stadium. This is the part of the costume that proves it. Well, the glass also proves it happened at the haunted house, but... the whole argument with it happening at the stadium was that the murder supposedly happened at a distance.
Take that!
The burn around this bullet hole was made when the victim was shot at point-blank range. So, then you mean the murder Miss Olbeck saw at the stadium really was... Yes, she saw two people, but they were separated by a distance. If the victim was indeed shot from below the stage, there shouldn't be a gunpowder burn. Whoopsies! Huh, Look at you, Mr. Smarty Pants Prosecutor. Since you seem to know all the answers, why not tell us where the real crime scene is then? The haunted house because of the mirror. Lance set me up to look like Mr. Deacon back at the hideout. If that's the case, then the murder must have happened prior to that. And the location where Lance and the victim were at just before I was imprisoned was, oh yeah, the haunted house. You can also logic it out that way. But it's like, where else in amusement park would there be mirrors other than, like, you know, the bathroom or something? The real scene! The merry-go-round. I really want... So, like, they have a stadium, a haunted house, and then the Wild Wild West. Why the Wild Wild West of all things?
Take that!
Like, don't amusement parks usually have a cohesive theme going on? The haunted house? Yes, and I have proof that it is highly likely the victim was killed there. What proves that the real scene of the crime was the haunted house? The mirror.
Take that!
Those were inside the costume the victim was wearing. They're fragments of a mirror. A mirror? What does that have to do with anything? Indeed, you don't exactly expect to find pieces of a mirror inside a costume. Yeah, that's actually pretty dangerous. However, there is one place I could think of where there is a plethora of mirror fragments. And that is the haunted house. Lance Amano, I propose that you killed Mr. Deacon with a revolver in the haunted house. Suddenly we're playing Clue. After that, you stole the blue Badger-mobile to move his body to the Wild Wild West area. The timing of when the blue Badger-mobile was stolen confirms this as fact. Miles, my boy? Say no more. I'm sorry, Mr. Amano, but I cannot do that.
Not so fast!
Be quiet! No, you be quiet! Yes, please, do something! Stop that boy from speaking any more nonsense! Ernest Amano, correct? I meant you. Now be quiet, Gramps. How dare you! I don't need words. The only thing I require is evidence. Decisive evidence. And to call these mirror bits decisive is a bit too presumptuous, Mr. Prosecutor. What? Sheena? Wasn't there a mirror in the kidnapper's hideout? Yes, there was a mirror there. A mirror that's for the haunted house. You see, isn't it possible the fragments got into the costume there? But Agent Lon, there were no fragments on the floor, so the probability is very low.
Not so fast!
Probability? Lon Z says on Truth's Path the word probability does not exist. Well, ain't that nice? Okay. The only thing that does is definitive proof. The question, Mr. Prosecutor, is do you have the definitive proof you need? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you? Do I have solid evidence that proves the murder took place at the haunted house? The answer is no. See? Since you don't have any, shut up! I don't have the evidence yet, but I'm certain the murder occurred around the time I turned the ransom over. At that time, the only people at the haunted house besides myself were Lance and Mr. Deacon. If I can prove that the murder took place at the haunted house, then I can prove Lance's guilt and connection to the murder. What now, Mr. Edgeworth? Again, Jinlon, I have a special request. Yeah? I'd like to prove to you that the scene of the crime was indeed the haunted house. Pretty please? Why in the world are you asking the werewolf for permission? He's not a werewolf. Because I don't really have a choice if I want to find the truth. Alright, permission granted, but you're not to touch a single thing. Got it? That won't be a problem. All that's important to me is the truth be brought to light. It doesn't matter by who or how it's done, as long as it is. Sheena! I'm here. Put in the paperwork for the authorization immediately. Understood. I'll go get the Gatewater Group's approval. Hold it! Who was that? No. Let's hold on for a second. There is no need to obtain approval. Mr. Amano? Hey, Jinlon, if you would please take a look at this. What is this? Sheena? It's the deed to the haunted house. Dude just bought the haunted house? No way. The deed? Read it out loud. Gatewater Land Incorporated hereby bequeaths the property known as the Haunted House to Mr. Amano for the lump sum of $1 million paid in full in cash. Damn. A haunted house for $1 million? That's pretty cheap. What? Oh, as you can see, I am now the legal owner of the haunted house. Why, though? Are you kidding? When did you... I ran into the owner of the park earlier, and we made the deal almost immediately. How quickly things move when you can prepare $1 million in the blink of an eye. That's $1 million you paid. Don't tell me it was. Oh, that's right. This disgusting suitcase belongs to you, doesn't it? I don't have any more use for it, so you may have it back now. You used the ransom money? My Lance is a good boy. He even apologized for the kidnapping a bit earlier. So I do believe that I will forgive him after all. He did return the ransom money. That's the way things are, so if you would please discuss things with me from now on. Discuss? What is there to discuss? Why, permission to enter the haunted house, of course. While we were busy listening to Lance's story, Mr. Amano was out there preempting us. Permission to search the haunted house is denied. End of discussion. Agent Lon, I want you to arrest that girl. And Miles, you should hurry on home now, my boy, before I really lose my temper. Oh, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Ah, Mr. Amano definitely has the deck stacked in his favor here. What should I do? If I leave it like this, the truth will be lost forever. To be continued. Save your progress. Yes. Whoops. Alright, perfecto. This should be the last bit of the case, I'm guessing. If I can't get permission to investigate the crime scene, then the truth will be lost. Hold it, hold it, hold it! K? I mean, your name, not K as in okay, we're holding it. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing spacing out? Have you forgotten? There's only one thing you should do at a time like this. And what is that? When the people are in a bind, the hero of justice appears to save the day. Look, you just leave it to me. For I am King Faraday, the second of the great Yatagarasu. But I thought you were a thief, not a hero. The Yatagarasu is noble and is always a thief of justice. That's... of course. If we have enough information, I can recreate the inside of the haunted house with this. Plus, if we then factor in everyone's testimony, you can recreate exactly what happened when I dropped off the ransom money. We may be able to figure out some new information through this. Oh, ad break in a minute. So I am definitely gonna get up, stretch, and get some more coffee at that point. Agent Lawn? Ah, so you want to use your little toy? Be my guest. Okay, hang on. You're all about to witness the power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. Detective Gumshoe! Is there a copy of the haunted house's blueprints among the police reference documents? Yes, sir! We got it just in case we needed it for the kidnapping case. Alright, I'll input the haunted house data then. What is this? Where are we? We're inside the haunted house. Even if we can't inspect the real location itself, the path to the truth slumbers here. If I can successfully navigate my way using logic, I'll ultimately arrive at the truth. Now then, I believe I'm ready to investigate the crime scene. Okay, what should I recreate first? You haven't figured it out yet? Maybe I have, and maybe I haven't, but I'm going to make you do all the hard work. Very well, I'd like to inspect the moment in which I was ambushed by my abductor. The two of them were definitely in this place at that time. If I can verify that, it may provide me with a new lead. I had just come out into the hallway after leaving the money inside the dining room. Oh, ad break. Okay, I will be right back. I am gonna get some more stuff to drink. And I will be right back. And we will finish this case. Ooh. Okay, I'm back. If anyone's actually in here, it looks like it's just my little avatar dude, but who knows? Twitch doesn't actually track lurkers after all. At the time, I saw a badger slumped over on the floor at the end of the hall. Huh? What was a badger doing all the way down there? I also thought it strange. The bad badger god, However, I thought that maybe it was simply a mannequin that was set there for atmosphere. Hey, there's just a dead body hanging out here. It's fine. Don't think on it too hard. Do you know which badger it was? No, it was too dark to tell. All I saw was its silhouette. In that case, I guess I'll just program a badger silhouette in for now. Okay, programming complete. Nondescript badger. Then I started walking towards the exit. And that's when you were struck from behind, right? Yes, but that's odd. The hallway is a dead end. Where did your assailant come from? There's only one location I can think of. Do. So it had to have been the badger.
Take that!
The doll I saw wasn't really a doll. It was, in fact, a costume kidnapper. Oh, so he used the costume as the perfect camouflage to blend in with the rest of the house. Apparently so. Dun 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 dun. Precisely, we waited till I had made the drop-off and was about to leave. Then, just as he saw me take a step towards the exit, he stood up and launched his attack. He moves pretty fast for a dude in a badger costume. I can think of no better hiding place than this. Hey, not bad. I'm beginning to think I should steal this tactic for myself. Please do not dress up as a badger and attack people. Just don't do anything criminal, okay? He's bugging out. He's a little pixelated. Well, Lance? What? What are you asking me for? As one of the kidnappers, I figured I should give you the chance to confess first. I was one of the kidnappers, but I don't know anything. I did come up to the haunted house, but I never set foot inside. I left Oliver in charge of picking up the ransom money. He did set foot inside. Is he telling the truth, or is this another lie? Alright, then you're claiming it was Mr. Deacon who assaulted me. Yes, I'm sure it was him. Okay, and putting the info now. Mr. Deacon was the bad badger, right? Allegedly. Since the bad badger has a gun attached to its right hand, I'll have to change it so the weapon is in his left hand. Now to verify the facts of this recreation, begin investigation. Whoops, wrong button. There we go. When you take a look around, it almost feels more like a house of mirrors. Indeed, who has ever heard of this many mirrors inside of a haunted house before? Well, at least we know this is the real crime scene thanks to the mirror shards. Oh? The ones we found earlier are thicker than the shards from these mirrors on the wall. And look! There's some sort of design on the back, too. The pieces from that costume are certainly different from the other mirrors, so it was a special mirror? What does that mean? Could it be that our pieces are not pieces of these mirrors? You did recreate the weapon. What are you talking about? He just hit you with the giant saber. Well, I can't exactly recreate something I know nothing about. So tell me, what were you hit with? The attack came from behind, so I have no idea. But I doubt it was someone's bare hands. Okay, then where were you hit? I was hit on the right side of my head, just above my temple. There was a bit of blood, but it wasn't anything serious. Ouch! Sounds painful. Hi, Money! How are you? Why are you smirking like that when you say it? It's just your imagination. Now let's see. I wonder if there's anything in the hallway that could have been used as a weapon. I'm looking for something the culprit could have used to hit you with. There was the prop sword. Oh, there it is.
Take that!
I have it. There was indeed one such object lying here in the hallway. A prop sword. Are you talking about this thing here? Yes, although we did find it at the kidnapper's hideout. Wait, yes, it's possible that the culprit took it with him after using it on me. Thank God it was a prop sword and not a real sword, otherwise your head would have been, split like a watermelon. To leave no evidence behind, right? Correct. And maybe worth a more thorough examination yet? Okay, so what test do you want to run on this sword? Good question. How am I liking investigations? Pretty good. It's decently solid. The game, it does feel a little strange to, oh, what's the word I'm looking for? Have a Phoenix Wright game without, like, any trial segments? But I guess they wanted to try something different. Do we want Luminol or Prince? Probably Luminol. The culprit was wearing a costume at the time, so a fingerprint analysis would be useless. Oh, true. You got a point there, Reggie. You feel like a detective too? That's true. It is very detective. Which is funny because, I mean, yeah, detectives, or rather prosecutors IRL don't exactly go around the crime scenes. Neither do defense attorneys, but hey. I guess they didn't want to make multiple characters, so they were like, yeah, you just do everything yourself. The culprit was wearing a costume at the time, so her fingerprint analysis is useless. Let's run a luminol test. It's possible that some of my blood found its way onto this. Woof. Like, can you check? Can you check this sword for my blood? Thanks, you're a pal. Agent Lon, may I ask for your cooperation? Like I could have a choice, Sheena! Call the lab, boys. Understood. Except for a dab on the left side, it would appear that the blade is spotless. So it must have been the left side of the prop sword that hit you then, right? Murder on the Yahtzee River? I think I have that on my wish list. I haven't gotten around to it yet. It's like Hope would hit me on the head with this. Frick my life. Okay, I'll update the recreation info with this new piece of info. Boop, 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 boop. Terrifying. Well, the rest will have inspected every single nook and cranny. Alright, because he's right-handed?
Eureka!
Eureka. I still can't believe they went with Eureka. Finally, I found a clear contradiction of facts about this sword. Except for a bit on the left side, this prop sword is absolutely spotless. However, if the culprit had used his left hand, the blood would be on the opposite side. The opposite side? Huh? If the culprit held the sword in his left hand, then the sword's right side would hit. I see, but the blood was on the left side of the sword, right? Which means that he used his right hand to hit you. This is weirdly convoluted and complicated. All this to tie in, all this to make us realize it's like, oh yeah, by the way, the killer was probably left-handed, so you know. Exactly. This prop sword has a large handguard attached to the hilt. It would be impossible to hold it with two hands while wearing a costume with such big hands. Not the big hands. Discriminatory against the yaoi hands. Therefore, it couldn't be the left hand or both hands. It must have been the right. Okay, I'll change the data to reflect a right-handed swing. Swing! Not yet, Kay. There's no sense in changing anything yet. If you change the parameters to the right hand, it only create a new contradiction. Changing the prop sword to the right hand would conflict with right. What? Oh god. The fact that it's a gun. Yes.
Take that!
The Bad Badger already holds a gun in his right hand, so he can't hold a sword in addition. Well, not with that attitude, he can't. Right, that's right. Then, what now? If it wasn't in his left hand or his right hand... The plot thickens. Dun 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 dun. It means that the one who struck me could not have been the bad badger. Got it. Are you paying attention, Lance? No. Which leaves only you as the primary suspect. Fine, it was me, I hit you. Wow. Was it really that hard to admit? It appears that you lied to me yet again. But see how quickly they catch up to you, Lance. Wait, isn't Lance left-handed? Ah, yes. But that's what makes this deception all the more interesting. He used his right hand to make it look like Mr. Deacon had been the one to strike me. Well, yeah, when it comes to something that requires precision, it's better to use your dominant hand. But if it's just, you're hitting the broad you're hitting the broad side of a barn, you can use your non-dominant hand. For you see, firing a gun with one's non-dominant hand is difficult. But that level of dexterity isn't required to swing a prop sword. Okay. Please input this new data. The one who hit me from behind was Lance. Rip. Or, should I say, the proto-badger. Ah, yes, the evil eyes. Okay, you got it. Here I go. Damn, look at those eyes. Now we have a faithful recreation of the situation around the attack on me. Alright, all we have to do is examine this new recreation and...
Knuckle back.
Okay, bro. And what exactly is so funny, Agent Long? Ah, that amusing little gadget. It sure packs a punch, right, Sheena? Yes, it was all I could do to hold in my laughter. I don't know about that. Hey, don't make fun of little thief, you mean old werewolf. Damn. He's only like 27. He and Mr. Edgeworth bring out the best in each other. You had your little fun, but now it's my turn. I've sat quietly by listening. But the crude conclusions you two keep spewing don't whet this wolf's appetite. There's no guarantee that your toy will always show the real situation at any given time. All it displays is whatever information you put in there, right? Well, when you put it that way, your suppositions are wrong. It's not your fault, so I'm going to let you in on this. There is a trick to this haunted house. Well, of course there is. There's always a trick to a haunted house. And What may that be exactly? A trick beyond what your tiny imaginations can produce, Sheena! Here you are. Now then, what you missed, girlie, is written right here in this pamphlet. The 7 Wonders of the Haunted House, the Disappearing Badger? What is this? I'd say that someone around here is fond of theatrics. As you can see, they set a doll down at the end of this hallway for that purpose. Basically, the blue badger you saw was just a stupid doll. Well, you can't prove that they took its place. How could this be? I guess that throws your whole theory about it being your attacker right out the window. But that can't be right. Maybe the culprit hid the doll somewhere. And then he lay down and pretended to be it instead. If the criminal couldn't even hide himself in the hallway, how could he hide a giant doll? Do you get it now? Thanks to your presumptions. Your logic started off weak and led you to the completely wrong conclusion. I don't know about that. Now get off your high horse. Mr. Edgeworth. Okay. I wonder if you could please input the new information for me. You don't know when to quit, do you? I can't quit now. Not until I can declare that I found the truth. Agent Lon, for the additional information, you have my thanks. Ah, there you go again. Well, see if I care. Okay, I'm updating the recreation now. Boop, 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 boop. That looks really weird. Look at how it changes from the blue badger into the proto badger all of a sudden. If the slumped over badger was just a doll, where was my attacker hiding? Well, that's what we're going to find out, right? Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go. All right, let's do it. This recreation can't be right, which means there must be a contradiction somewhere. Okay. Whoops. Back. Every suspicious nook and cranny. Hang on. Is it on backwards? It is. I was just looking at it. I'm like, something feels weird about this. What feels weird about it?
Eureka!
Hold on a second here. There's something wrong with this blue badger. Huh? Like what? The way the belt is on him is opposite of how it should be. Did you make a mistake? That can't be. I inputted the image data exactly as it is in the pamphlet. So then, why is the blue badger dressed up in reverse? Mirror? mirror wall or something? Like a trick mirror? Okay, do you remember what you said earlier? What I said earlier about what? You can't expect me to remember everything I say. About how this building might as well have been a house of mirrors. Oh, so it is a trick mirror. A house of mirrors? Oh, that would explain the reversed or mirror image. Ha ha. Yes, the blue badger might be nothing more than the reflected image of a real one. Sniped. That then... Was the blue badger you saw just a reflection? When I looked down this hallway, I thought it was perfectly straight. Shots fired, yes. However, if there was a mirror... Oh, there's chat. I was like, where'd chat go? Oh, then it would actually form an L shape, right? Precisely. I was deceived. The hallway was almost pitch black, and there was a beam in the way that obstructed my view of the other hallway. Wait, but why build this place like that? It sounds pretty pointless to me. Well, they got a trick. They got a trick, people. It's the case of the disappearing badger, after all. Okay, this house is just another attraction at an amusement park. They created a mirror wall for a very specific purpose, one I can point out to you. This was the reason they built a mirror wall. The pamphlet? As it's written in the pamphlet, the main draw of this attraction is the mystery of the disappearing badger. You mean they built the mirror for that trick alone? I mean, what else? But you said you saw the badger, so it was definitely still there. That was true at the time, however. Doing this allows someone to make it look like the blue badger disappears in a flash. Move the mirror wall. To remove a reflected image, simply move the mirror. First, the mirror was constructed so that it could be moved. Then, beyond where the mirror was, an empty hallway had to be created. Oh, so when they wanted people to see the blue badger, they would open the mirror. And when they wanted to hide it, they simply had to close it again. No one can hear the sound of the mirror moving. Maybe, oh, I mean, if they're playing like spooky music or something, or sound effects, that would cover the sound of the mirror. This explains why the other side of these fragments have a design on them. Ah, and if the pattern is the same as the other walls in this hallway, then when the mirror is closed, it would blend in with the rest of the walls. This is the mirror trick that this haunted house employs. And this also proves the existence of a hiding place for the culprit. What do you mean, how so? They were hiding in the room with the badger. Think about it, Kay. There was a place that was outside of my field of vision. The culprit kept out of sight by hiding here. I'm guessing here?
Take that!
There was a very large blind spot, one I could not see beyond, and it was here. If my assailant hit on the other side of the movable mirror, then you wouldn't be able to see him. He didn't even need to do anything to the blue badger doll. Exactly, all he had to do was wait for me on the other side of the mirror. Wait, hold on. I just thought of something. Yes? Well, shouldn't the mirror wall be broken right now in reality? Since we have a few shards of it, we can probably assume it is. Yes, it most definitely is broken. The question is, when was it broken? Since we found these inside the victim's costume, that would mean the victim was here when the mirror was broken. Wait. That sound. Right! You heard the sound of a mirror shattering while you were on the phone with the kidnappers. Leave the money and go. Now. That sound I heard was most definitely the sound of a mirror breaking, or crystal breaking anyway. Kay, I'd like you to input some new information. Ah! Don't scare me like that. Sorry. But I need you to recreate something for me. We need you to pay attention, girly. We're on the job. Sure, whatever you need. So what do you need anyway? If you could first recreate this hallway just before I entered the dining room. You got it! Boop, 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 boop. Now this! I believe this is how it was right before I entered the dining room. Oh, the poor blue badger. He's had a rough day back there. He needs a vacation. Although, at the time, I thought it was but a single straight hallway. And then, I went inside. It was around then that I heard the sound of a mirror shattering. You heard what? Then? Yes, I believe it was then that the mirror was broken. Okay, so then when you stepped outside into the hallway again, the mirror wall should no longer exist, okay? Please recreate that. Got it! Boop, 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 boop. Wait, but with the mirror gone, the culprit lost his hiding spot. So where did he go in his proto-badger suit, Mr. Edgeworth? Huh, that's easy enough. With the mirror gone, he simply hid himself in the branch hallway. I think that about wraps it up. Looks like we finally solved everything. Then we've got these dudes here with their sunglasses. No, not yet. An even larger contradiction has now reared its head. Huh? Perhaps you did not notice. But this recreation contains a very troubling inconsistency. Inconsistency between what I saw and what the recreation lies. Oh, because he still saw a badger. A badger came from somewhere and attacked him.
Take that!
Okay. Take a good look at the end of the hall. Oh, there's no blue badger there. Exactly, the blue badger that I saw in reality is not there. This is the final point of this long chain of logic, the last remaining contradiction. You're so wordy, Edgeworth. Boop, boop, boop. And just like that, we're back! So let me get this straight. When you came out of the dining room, you saw a badger, right? And this is precisely where the final contradiction lies. Something that shouldn't exist was there before me. Who or what do you suppose it was? I believe this is the real identity of our mystery badger. It was just a dead body at the end of the hallway. Damn, that's crazy. The badger I saw was, in actuality, the dead victim's body. What? Agent Lon, the entirety of my complete logic is... Oh, God, this sentence. Agent Lon, the entirety of my complete logic is my final, decisive piece of evidence. The murder happened in the hallway of the haunted house at the time of the drop-off. And you can consider the moment I heard the mirror breaking to be the real time of death for Mr. Deacon. You don't look very upset, sir. Maybe it was due to their fighting, or perhaps it was the life-shattering bullet. But no matter what the cause, the hallway mirror was broken.
Not so fast.
Huh. You were in the house at the time, right? Are you telling me that you missed the sound of a gunshot?
Objection!
There were a variety of sound effects playing at the time. All for theatrics, I assume. The gunshot must have blended right in. I mean, yeah. We did hear the sound of the mirror breaking, though. Now then, I'd like you to recall something for me. Who was it that was with the victim at the haunted house? Ugh! Who was it? Who was the one who had the opportunity to rob the victim of his gun and use it on him? It was you! Lanzamano! Wow, he broke the chains! That's crazy! Damn, those are some big tears. It's not like I had a choice. Oliver turned on me all of a sudden. He snapped and turned violent right after I hung up with you. He shoved me to the ground and straddled me. I fought back as hard as I could, grabbed his gun, and I shot him. The bullet must have went through his body and shattered the mirror. If I hadn't taken his gun and shot him first, I would have been the one you found. He's a hardened criminal. He escaped from jail. See, that's justified self-defense, except then you hid everything. My boy was only trying to protect himself. That remains to be seen and will have to be resolved in court. Agent Lon, I leave the rest to you. Heh, as if you were the one in charge here. Guys, arrest the two and get them out of my sight. Wait, I had nothing to do with the murder. The only person you should be arresting is Lance. Dad! Sorry, you're not slipping away that easily, Mr. Ernest Amano. You tampered with the evidence so that you could cover for your son. What a great dad you are, willing to risk it all. Truly touching. Oh my god, the kid passed out. By the way, do you know why I'm really here? And how could I possibly know the answer to such an asinine question? You wound me. I came all the way from across the sea just to see you, you know. You came to see me? What's that supposed to mean? I guess Daddy Dearest is also a criminal. I have a few things to ask you, Mr. Amano, about a case from 10 years ago. A case from 10 years ago? What's the name that you use here for that case? Sheena? It's known as the KG-8 incident. Ew. KG-8 incident? Oh, so you remember it? Good. Then you'll recall that the trigger in that case was the Amano Group scandal. I mean, we remember it, but
Edgeworth would have been like 16 at the time. Not exactly in the police force at that moment. Specifically, the charge of an internal smuggling ring. Damn. You know, in hindsight, we should have known the Amanos were shady. Because the whole reason Miles knows this guy is because he was close friends with Von Karma. Smuggling? There's that word again. At the time, the person that was arrested as the ringleader was Mr. Amano's very own secretary, Mr. Colin Devore. Father? Hey, he wasn't the pilot at all! Lauren was like, oh yeah, his dream was to fly Pegasus around the world, which was the name of the plane, but if he's the secretary, he wasn't, like, the pilot of the plane. Even though you pushed the crime onto your then-secretary, Mr. Devore, I always suspected that you were involved with the smuggling ring, Mr. Amano. Mr. Devore was arrested in place of you, which is why when he broke out, you hid him from the police, right? You hid him in exchange for his silence on your little dirty secret. I guess that does make sense why, a convicted felon was able to get out of jail and also hide in, like, plain sight, basically. Because, I mean, a simple background check would have revealed the dude's identity was only created recently. Now. Please calm down. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. Huh. Pretend to be ignorant all you want. We're taking you down to the precinct anyway for a nice, long chat. Eep. Hold it! What the? Who the heck was that? Ah, yes. See, this is where I talked about how the cases in this game aren't in chronological order the way they are in the first game. Because, if you remember the first case of this game, the dude in the brown is dead. He died in the first case. So technically this takes place before Edgeworth sets foot in his office. It's weird. Like, chronologically, it's the second case on the airplane that's first, and then it's this amusement park one, and then it's the one in Edgeworth's office. An interesting format? Yup. It's very Haruhi Suzumiya, but yeah, it's weird. It's like, what do you... Huh? Because up until this point, you don't fully realize the cases are out of order until you see someone who's supposed to be dead walking around. I'll take him down to the precinct, if you don't mind. And who the heck are you? I'm Jacques Portsman, and I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case. Oh, Jacques! Thank goodness you're here. Don't jerk me around. This is an Interpol case, so you keep your paws off my suspect. Sorry, but I can't comply. I've got the backing of the prosecutor's office. See, in this country, we prosecutors work with the police to bring cases to court. So if you could please cooperate with me here, that'd be great. Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal? Yeah, this Sorry, but I hate prosecutors, the whole lot of you. Guys, arrest the two suspects. Sir! Oh, I almost forgot. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, is it? I'd like to thank you. Thank me? Yeah, for working so hard hard to fulfill my goal. It wasn't your goal I was working to fulfill, but okay. Hey, is that any way to thank someone? And what the heck is that supposed to mean? You were so relentless with Lance that you forced Ernest to tamper with the evidence. Thanks to that, I finally had a legitimate reason to arrest him. Oh, well, you're welcome then. So how does it feel to bite the hand that feeds you? The hand that feeds me? I'm not sure I follow. Huh, it's no use pretending with me. You're the one, right? You're the corrupt prosecutor that's working for Mr. Amano in the smuggling ring. Ah! No, that's Jacques. That's Jacques. That's Mr. Portsman. Just give us 12 hours. No, I would never do such a thing. What the heck? Our intel's never wrong. I love how he just accepts that. Like, Edgeworth is like, no, that's not me. He's like, oh, well, fuck. Now what? In your prosecutor's office, there's definitely someone working with the ring. Ah, so Anjin Lan suspected my relation to Mr. Amano. That must be the real reason behind his antagonistic attitude. On top of that, your mentor was Manfred Frankarma, right? Well, yeah, it kind of... Your past is working against you, Edgeworth, unfortunately. There were non-stop rumors flying about forged evidence with that guy. You're not twisting the truth behind closed courtroom doors, are you? Well, not anymore, anyway, but we can't exactly say that to him. The courtroom is a place where the truth is revealed. Ha ha ha! Well, don't worry. It's not only you. The whole lot of you can't be trusted. A prosecutor who never lost in 40 years? Every defendant must be found guilty? Fueled by that kind of thinking, is it any wonder that courts produce nothing but falsities and lies? It's got a good point there. It would seem that his disdain extends beyond just me. I mean, he was kind of honest about it. Prosecutors, the courts. Why is this man so angry with all of us? Why wouldn't he be, though? Rest assured, the next time we meet, I won't be so forgiving. Not the both of them, so don't you forget it. Please wait. Agent Sheena? Why does Agent Lane hate all prosecutors so? Lan is the head of the Lone-honored House of Lan in Zenfa. The heads of all police-related divisions in that country were of Lan blood. Were? What do you mean by that? Aren't they still? Well, no, were is past tense. Clearly something happened. They were revered, but that was long ago. They don't hold that sort of sway anymore. And it was all because of the courts. How can that be? A prosecutor once withheld and tampered with the evidence one of the Long detectives found. That evidence's purity was tarnished and cost the Long family its honor and trust. But not all prosecutors are like that. Well, I mean, burn you once, shame on me. Burn you twice. Even so, Lon will never respect the court again. Or any prosecutor. So Agent Lon is a man who hates all courts and is unwilling to forgive prosecutors. Man, what a piece of work that guy is. It's kind of weird that Jacques and Edgeworth act like they never met each other? I mean, maybe they did introduce each other, but why are they like, oh yeah, I saw you earlier today. Come on, Jim, we'd better catch up. Yeah. You've still got to deliver that thing to the old man after all. Detective Gumshoe? I believe it's time we wrapped up and headed out ourselves. Yeah, are you going home, Mr. Edgeworth? No, I've done nothing but be entangled in one mess after another since my return. If it's alright with you, can you drop me off at my office? No problem, sir! Excuse me? Yes? What is it? That is... Thank you very much! Aw, it's okay. No need to thank me, pal. Just doing my job as a detective. I guess I was fooled pretty badly by Lance. Oh, cruel fate! What's a woman to do when she's been hurt by the one she loves? You find a new one. And to think I never realized my father was right in there. I never said anything to him. Hi, Mexon. I knew it. I'm a failure! Aw, there she goes again, talking to herself. Kay, don't be like that. That's rude. Miss Pops. I wonder if you know why your father participated in the kidnapping. No, I have no idea. Your father died while he was trying to stop Lance. Which means that from the beginning, he had no interest in the staged self-abduction. Wait, then why did he? I believe it was because of your presence, Miss Pops. Me? Lance realized that the two of you were related, which is why he used you as a hostage to coerce Mr. Devore into cooperating. Father. As a felon, he could not tell you of his real relation to you. However, as a Amano family butler, at the very least, he was able to watch over you. It was all he could do, but that was the shape of his overflowing love for you. Aww. Go on, speak your mind. That is... Thank you very much. You're welcome, although there is no need to thank me. Ah! No, Lauren, stop! I mean, this man's so much older than you. Also, he's... gay. Looks like you've completely stolen her away, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to go, sir! No, he's like, no, I don't want this. What are you going on about? He's like, this is not even on my radar. Wow, your deducing skills may be sound, but you have no street smarts. That's Mr. Edgeworth for you. Yeah, I mean, he still hasn't figured out who I am at all. Damn. If you haven't remembered in all this time, I guess I'm just gonna have to say it. This isn't the first time we've met, you know. I'm good. Oh, also ad break in about 30 seconds. The case is wrapping up, so good timing. Well, what do you mean, pal? Mr. Edgeworth, how do you know this girl? Huh. Looks like you totally forgot me too, Gummy. Gummy? Here, maybe this will jog your memories. I promised I'd return this to you one day, remember? That's... my tie! Did someone get an amnesia? No, I think he just met her a long time ago, and since she's a teenager, she would have been a small child. So, kind of hard to remember someone when they change that much. That single piece of cloth took me back far into my past. To that fateful day 7 years ago when I first met the then child Kay. And Detective Detective Gumshoe. Oh, this is when he met Detective Gumshoe. Damn. Oh, perfect timing. Ad break. Ugh. All right. I will be right back. Get up, stretch, get food if you need to, and we shall continue in a moment. Whoop. Okay, I'm back. Whoop. Hello. Big stretch. Alright. Onwards, I think. This is the second last case of this game. We're like more than halfway there. Beautiful. Turnabout ablaze. Oh, yep. We're almost done. We're almost done. Turnabout reminiscence. Kay Faraday, the young lady who calls herself the second Yatagarasu. The piece of cloth that she conjured up has taken me back to many years ago. Ah! Was it 2 games in this collection? Yes. So there's a second Ace Attorney Investigations, and then after that, we're back to, quote-unquote, the mainstay games, where Apollo Justice starts to take the spotlight. Yeah, that's right, I did it. I killed this guy, but it was the great thief Yatagarasu that told me to do it. I asked the defendant, just what exactly are you trying to say? Don't you get it? I know the true identity of the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu is the man standing over there at the prosecutor's bench. Are you saying that I'm the Yatagarasu? Don't you dare deny it. You told me to kill him when you snuck into the embassy. Are you claiming that Mr. Faraday is the Yatagarasu? Well, this is awkward. Mr. Rel! Your Honor, please listen to me. I'm telling the truth. I'm totally not trying to get out of jail. You gotta believe me. In accordance with the defendant's accusation, a new prosecutor shall be called to replace Mr. Faraday. This court will be in recess until the new prosecutor is ready. In recess, not adjourned for the day, because, you know, this court system is crazy. Hey! Look at us! We small. We young Edgeworth. It's almost time for me to enter the courtroom. And so, it is that my first assignment as a prosecutor will be as a replacement for a prosecutor who has been accused by the defendant. Edgeworth? Sir? Dude raised us, and he calls us by our last name. Incredible. Have you read over all the documents regarding this trial? Yes, sir. I've memorized everything there is to know. Very good. The paperwork for the prosecutor's substitution is just about complete. Edgeworth, always bear in mind that as your mentor, I, Manfred von Karma, will accept nothing short of perfection. That's a very von Karma move, I feel. Oh, absolutely. I don't even think he's nice to his children. Like, let's be real here. Like, he was out here studying, like, practicing law in Japan. Meanwhile, Franziska was in Germany. Like, that says something happened. I understand, sir. To have the chance to stand in court at such an early stage in my career, I am honored and proud. As I have watched over your studies, I am giving you this very rare chance. Prove yourself. Crush the defendant's pathetic lies into oblivion. Yes, sir. What a nice face. That such a legendary prosecutor will be watching and judging my performance. I have to be perfect in every way. Poor Miles has no idea this dude killed his father. It's interesting to see this stuff in the past. And it's like, ah, yes, this is the guy that changed your life for many reasons. Also crazy that this guy has a pierced ear. I don't know why, but Von Karma is the last person I would have expected to have pierced his ears. Oh, we can move. Sir, what are you doing? This is so good! Water? I've never heard of water that tastes that good. Dude is dehydrated as hell. Maybe I'll give him a minute. Does he plan on gulping the entire reservoir dry? Dude is going to make himself sick to his stomach. A model of the courthouse. It's pretty well constructed. Hands in a face? Don't tell me this thing transforms! Yet, I wonder for what other purpose they could have been made. I'm sorry? They made a transformer of the building? Oh my god, look at all the judges up there. They all look the same. Sigh. Excuse me, madame, but is something the matter? I just thought someone would have brought hors d'oeuvres by now. But this is a courthouse. It would be quite atypical to provide hors d'oeuvres here. Are you sure someone poured me a fresh cup of coffee last time I was here? What the heck does she think a courthouse is for? Oh, to be old and just do whatever the heck you want. Today's trial should have ended in just 1 minute. Because the defendant was picked up by the security camera, correct? Exactly. The killer had the gall to say that he only killed because he was instructed to do so. Even more outrageous is his claim that the case prosecutor Brian Faraday gave the order. Guy's got a real, starved samurai look to him. Huh, Faraday is such a fool. He's been cornered by his very own prey. Sir, are you an acquaintance of Mr. Brian Faraday? Huh, he's a pathetic man who speaks nothing but nonsense. Nonsense? He once tried to explain to me a way of punishing those who cannot be brought to court. Those who cannot be brought to court? Are you telling me the dude is actually the Yatagarasu and tried to recruit Von Karma? Well, there are always a few exceptions. However, there is no reason to even deal with such individuals. A prosecutor is a guardian of the court. One with no obligation to outside matters. Thus, there is no reason to deal with such individuals, I see. Edgeworth? Disgracing yourself as Faraday has will not be forgiven. Thanks, Dad. Have no fear, I will not let you down, sir. In place of the accused prosecutor Brian Faraday, I'll prove the defendant's guilt. Very good. I've secured an hour of recess for you to prepare to do just that. Show them all the power of Von Karma. Okay, today's trial. So, have you achieved a firm understanding of the case? Yes, sir. I have memorized everything that is written down in the case files. Well then, explain the case to me. I want to see if you really know what you're talking about. Understood. A murder was committed on September 8th in front of the Cadopian embassy. The victim, Mr. Deadman! Nowhere, they just called him Deadman. I wonder if he knew. I wonder if he knew what fate was in store for him as he lived out his life. The defendant in this case, Mr. Mackerel? So we've got Deadman and a mackerel. What is even happening? Was held for questioning the night of the incident as he was deemed suspicious. He was quickly placed under arrest for possession of the murder weapon, a gun. Furthermore, at the time of the murder, the great thief Yatagarasu had successfully infiltrated the Cadopian embassy as well. At first, Rel claimed that he himself was the Yatagarasu, but that he did not kill Deadman. Your Honor, I did not kill Deadman. Deadman was already dead. I wonder what he expected to gain from such a desperate lie. It's possible that he wants to go down while in the spotlight if he is found guilty. There truly is no limit to people's inanity. But I digress. Continue, Edgeworth. Yes, sir. During the trial, the prosecutor presented the security footage that captured the murder. Damn. That's pretty damning. The footage clearly showed Mr. Rel as the murderer. The act of Mr. Rel firing the gun could be clearly seen from the visitors' gallery. Upon seeing that, the defendant retracted his statement and admitted to the murder. Jesus. So, I guess his lawyer never told him, like, listen. It's all on tape. We're gonna have to go for a plea bargain. They're just like, yeah, whatever. You wanna say you're not guilty? Sure, I get paid either way. I did it because I was told to. By the real Yatagarasu, Brian Faraday. That sounds about right. However, you've forgotten one thing. Yeah? While this may appear to simply be the murder of a Cadopian embassy staff member, people are actually referring to it as the second KG-8 incident. Was the first KG-8 incident involving the murder of, like, a politician or something? Or at least, like, a staff member? The second? I'm very sorry, sir. I feel I failed to study hard enough. Well, even among the police, it's information that only a select few are privy to. Could you please enlighten me, sir? Second KG-8 incident. Sir, what do you mean by the second KG-8 incident? In order for me to tell you that, you must first learn about the original case. Take a look at these documents. I carry them with me everywhere. This is a 3-year-old newspaper. Oh, I was like, 3 years? Wasn't it like a long time ago that the KG-8 incident happened? But this is in the past, that's right. So the incident was 10 years ago? If it's 3, if the newspaper about it was 3 years old at this point, that means this is set 7 years ago. You have heard of the Amano Group scandal before, correct? Yes, I have. The secretary of Ernest Amano, the Amano Group's director, was arrested under suspicion of smuggling. RIP. Correct. CCU was an employee of the Amano Group and the sole witness to the smuggling operation. It was she who brought the crime to light. However, Miss Yu was silenced before she could testify in court. Sheesh. Was it a Cadopian embassy staff member arrested for the murder? Manny Cochin. Not sure what the pun there is, but yes, a Cadopian by the name of Manny Cochin was the suspect. However, due to the lack of evidence, the case went unresolved. Lack of evidence? Huh. If only I was in charge of the case, I would have forged the shit out of that. I would have done everything in my power to prove his guilt. He's so dedicated! He even commits crimes! Faraday was the prosecutor on the case then, and he was pathetic as ever. Back from the blackout? Oh no! Well, I'm glad it was just short. DD Art! Hello! What did you miss? This is a case when Edgeworth was just a new prosecutor. We're just going over all the details now, so you didn't miss too much. Mr. Faraday was in charge of the KG-8 incident as well? That's right. And now, once again, the victim of the case you are currently assigned to was someone who was scheduled to testify against that smuggling organization. And just like last time, the victim was murdered right before he was to testify. Hey, go, 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 go! You're catching on. The victim was murdered just before his day in court against the smuggling organization. The events are occurring almost exactly the same way as they did in the KG-8 incident. So that's why it's being called the second KG-8 incident? Yes. Yet, there is one difference between the two incidents. What would that be? The so-called noble thief that is sending everyone into an uproar. The great thief Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu? I'd better find out more. Yatagarasu, Yatagarasu. If it is true that the Yatagarasu showed up at the Cadopian embassy, what could he or she have been after? No doubt to steal any suspicious accounting records and release them publicly. Damn those accountants! Or more likely to steal secrets from the Cadopian embassy itself. Since the item that the Yatagarasu stole from there was sent to the police. Damn, I've been saying Yatagarasu wrong all this time. I'm not perfect pronunciation, but yeah. In Japanese, it tends to be words tend to be sets of two sounds. The only single syllables in Japanese are a, e, I, o, u, and then like the end sound. Everything else is like ka, ki, koku, whatever. So, yatagarasu. Oh, also there's, sometimes they double the consonant. But usually, like Shippuden. But other than that, the garasu part, I'm trying to remember. where Japanese usually puts the emphasis. I think it's usually at the beginning of the word, which is why I do yatta garasu. English tends to emphasize the middle, which is why you get sakura versus sakura in the dubs. I don't know the details. Yatagurasu? Ah, gotcha. I mean, even in Japanese, they pronounce things differently. Like, oops, sorry. Because you'll hear, us. Like, you know, a tough guy will go us, like, yeah, I got it, or yeah, let's do this. But when it's spelled out, it's actually osu, O-S-U. But sometimes, people just randomly drop the vowel. I've never been able to find out why. I think it's just like a tough dude thing. But like, cause like even yosh, which is another version of like, yeah, let's do this, or I've got it. You and us, yeah, player, yeah, that's the thing, right? That's why sometimes I'll say us, or sometimes I'll say osu. Cause I'm like, it's technically spelled osu, but it's probably us. Like when it's an exclamation, usually it's us. But yeah, it throws me off because you're never 100% sure. But yeah, yosh is very similar, but it's actually spelled out Yoshi. Like, you know, the dinosaur? But they just drop the I. So it becomes yosh. So yeah, it always throws me off because sometimes I'll be watching anime and then like, you know, someone's randomly dropping all the, like, dropping vowels and I'm like, why? Why are they doing that? Yosha, yeah, Yosha is another version. It's very similar. Yasha is more like, alright. Yosh is more like, I got it, let's do this kind of thing. Or I understand, kind of. Don't say osu myself, but it's extremely common. Yeah. That's the thing, right? Because if you read it as it's actually written, it would be osu. But if you take it as it's being more of an exclamation, it'd probably be us. Get quite heated with the debate. Technically, from my understanding of Japanese, both would technically be correct. Like, it's not like, it's like a GIF versus GIF thing. Technically, it's right in both cases. The word itself doesn't change meaning if you say osu or us. It's just us tends to be like the tough guy way to do it. From my understanding, anyway. Where's Toko when you need him? Toko! Toko is mostly fluid in Japanese. If I remember right, he's got family from Kyoto. And he lived in Japan for a brief period, I think. Like, he did some university time there. I can't remember. It's been a long time since we've talked about this, but yeah. He says he's not, like, fluid, but, like, he gets by, kind of thing. You're a big bean in 22 days! Ooh, that's very exciting. God. My streamiversary is in, like, next week, technically. I was trying to set like a date to do a stream, and I was like, oh my god, because I always celebrate it on like March 10th or like around then, because like it's just turned out that the actual date has always been in the middle of the week or something like that, and I'm like, well, that's a weird day for a celebration. So I always like try and do a celebratory stream on like the Friday or the Saturday. So I was trying to pick a day to do it, and I was looking at it, I'm like, what if I do it the 7th? And then I look at the calendar and I'm like, oh shit, that's next week. I'm like, oh my god, where did the month go? Like, I've been planning, but with like the whole move of my workplace, it's been like time blindness has been a real thing. So I'm like, oh shit. Bow bow. But yeah, I have to pick what day I want to do it. So stay tuned, but yeah, time just flying like crazy. Yeah, March is a crazy month for me. New job, new workplace, new routine because no more remote work, and my second stream anniversary. Crazy. It's been an amazing 6-ish months with y'all. Yeah, you as well. It's been so nice to see how much the community has been growing in the past year. Still, I find it very ironic. And then 6 months after stream anniversary, it'll be technically, I think, my 3rd birthday I've celebrated on stream. Because my 6 months stream anniversary also coincided with my birthday. Because my birthday's in September, my anniversary's in March. Crazy. It feels like I've been streaming forever and then also no time at all. I'm like, what, 2 years? No way. That's a long time, but then also it feels like no time at all. Kamiyoshi in 2 months, what a record. Aww. Had infiltrated the embassy on the same day the staff member was killed. Criminals have a way of incriminating themselves, wouldn't you say? Something like that. That would have to be the first time the Yatagarasu has left evidence behind, correct? Also, it's funny because my old boss was like, oh yeah, you know, this new job will be good for you. You need change. You need something to like push you into the wider world. Maybe you'll actually get a job in like communications, which you went to school for. And I'm just standing here like, I just want a job that pays the bills. Because doing the stream is my real passion. Like, I don't want a job with more responsibilities. I just want all my bills paid so I can spend my energy where I would rather. Posture check, thank you! So I'm just like, yeah, maybe, it's possible. And I'm like, no. I'm trying to live an efficient life. No, literally. It's like, if I'm gonna put any effort into whatever, it would be growing the community to like, so any additional money I get from it is more solidified, so I can like, you know, take it easier, because, you know, it's like, sure, sometimes you take a job because it's like, ugh, this is the best paying job I can get, but I really hate it. Having the flexibility to go like, you know what? This job sucks. I can't do remote work anymore. I'm gonna quit and get a job that pays less, but has remote work, and, you know, the money I get from the moonbeams compensates that or something like that. The way of passion, the worst way is the way of money. Oh, absolutely. I mean, unfortunately, we need money to feed ourselves for the most part, but God. I generally think even if I became rich, I would still live in a studio apartment. Yeah, I think ideally, you want to get a space that fits perfectly for your needs for what you need for it. Like, when I was still doing cosplay, I needed the extra room for all of, like, the materials and stuff. Now that I'm not cosplaying, I'm like, I still appreciate having all this extra space, but it's like, I'm not using it kind of thing. It's like, but like, you know, a 1-bedroom apartment is usually quite small, and then, you know, 2-bedroom, you get quite big. So it's like, it's like, we need the perfect 1.5 bedroom. It's why I like, you see apartments in some anime and games and stuff where it's technically 2 stories. Like, you know, your apartment is, like, you have a ground floor and then the bedroom is basically a loft. I'm like, that would be nice. That's actually an efficient use of space instead of just sprawling outwards the way everything in the West does. If you wish to learn about the Yatagata suit, then I suggest you ask Faraday. Mr. Faraday? He happened to be the prosecutor in charge of the Yatagata suit case as well. He's involved in everything. Yeah, no, I get what you mean. Dun, 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 dun. He's the prosecutor in charge of the KG8 incident and the Yatagata suitcase. Bro was busy. Mr. Faraday really has a lot on his plate. Well, I mean, when you're prosecuting yourself, I guess it's probably not that bad. That was surprisingly nice of him. I thought he would have said, get out. What is it, little girl? You're scary, mister. Damn. He was actually reasonably polite with you. Did you need something? I want to trade these coins with you. A fistful of dimes and quarters and pennies. But it looks like you've exactly $1. Is this what you want? Yeah, thanks! That's exactly what I needed. Could that child be here to watch the trial? How disrespectful for a child like that to be running around inside the courthouse. I mean, it's more likely she's the child of a staff member. Because I don't think most young 6-year-olds would be willing to go to court to just hang out. Does no one have respect for this country's judicial system anymore? Bum, bum, bum. Oh, I thought the kid behind us finally hit his head on the glass or something. The paperwork for the prosecutor's substitution is complete. Why you? Do you even know how little time there is left before the trial resumes? I'm sorry. I'm not very good at writing. Oh, I can have you mopping up at this courthouse. Did he? Don't let your intrusive thoughts win. I'm sorry. It's just when I heard the thud sound of the bailiff walking through the door, I thought the kid hit his head or something. Go. It's like, please don't get me fired. I know you kill people. It's no bother, sir. Not being completely prepared could prove to be a perfect handicap for me. Oh, okay, Edgeworth. He's like, I am so good, I need to give the defense an advantage. So I am going to, not be ready. Huh. A proud one you are. He sure is. Ah, yes, an unstoppable force meets the immovable body. Correct. You had better collect the evidence from Faraday and prepare yourself. Okie dokie. The way both of them are pointing fingers? You're right! It looks like they're doing the E.T. phone tone thing, where they touch fingers. It's time for your debut, Wedgeworth. And there it goes. September 10th, 4 p.m. Do you remember that day in September? Just what is going on? Why isn't Faraday here yet? How is it possible that the defense is not prepared yet either? It's like, these damn people, wasting all of my time. There, sir. There. Bailiff? Where is Mr. Faraday? I'm not sure. I wasn't really paying attention. Bro! You're basically law enforcement in this building, and you're not keeping an eye on people. Hey, it's the judge! Oh my god, he's wearing pants. It's always easy to forget that, you know, the judge's gown is not like a dress. It's just basically like an overcoat. Ah, you must be the one Mr. Von Karma recommended. Oh my god, look at the judge! He's got updated graphics! I hear this will be your first trial. I look forward to seeing how you perform. Oh, by the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday during the recess? I could have sworn that I heard a popper going off. So someone got shot. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson, I mean literally in a courthouse, I don't think they would allow party poppers because everyone would be like, is that a gun? That's not a judge, that's the judge, yep. Sir, it looks like the trial is about to resume, however. Yes, it will be all but impossible to prove the witness a liar. Without the evidence... What is that blasted buffoon up to? It's an emergency, sirs! Gumshoe! His coat? Oh god. Are we supposed to understand that this is the same coat he's been wearing for 10 years and it used to be beige and now it's like khaki green? Oh my god. There shall be no yelling in this sacred hall of law. Bailiff, remove the man from the courtroom at once. Please, wait! You have to listen to me! There's an emergency! Defendant lobby number 2, Mr. Faraday and the defendant! The two of them! They're both dead, Your Honor! What? Congratulations, Judge. You just heard them getting shot. Young Judges for Justice. Look at that poster. Who's the young judge here? Courthouse specials. Fast foods and milks. Okay. Why couldn't they put the milk in the other one? I guess this vending machine is refrigerated. Stay back! Ah! Oh my god, look at this dude. His jacket looks like Swiss cheese. How many times has this guy been shot at? No one's allowed on the crime scene. Period. The detail on his facial hair is crazy. Someone lovingly drew every single strand. Oh, and she's got freckles. That's cute. This is becoming quite the hotspot. Spooky! Something funny? Ha ha ha. You're always funny, Spooky. You're always funny. You're always cute. You're always adorable. You're always great. Hello, Floofs. How are you? How are you, everybody? How was Higurashi? How was Higurashi going? Where are you guys now? I've been so busy the past month. I haven't been able to come by any streams. I have no idea where you guys are in the story now. You guys could be getting close to the end for all I know. Sheesh. Like, I think I popped in very briefly yesterday. I saw something about Shion, but that was about it. So how's everybody doing? If y'all don't know me, hello. I'm Dee / Diana Mellis. I'm an apprenticed apothecarist, cat girl, big sister, Spooky's #1 fan. In the basement, torturing our dear sister. That is incredible. Whoa! So I'm guessing it's, yeah, Shion and Mion then. Gotcha. Well, this is fun. That's fun. Not really. Not really. But yeah, for those who don't know, we are playing Ace Attorney Investigations. This is the 4th trial in the game. It's technically a flashback to when Edgeworth first started out as a prosecutor, which is why he looks a little bit younger than he usually does. His suit is more red than magenta. And he's got some fancier buttons. Still got that cravat, though. Isn't she Mr. Raoul's defense attorney? Oh yeah, so the victims in this case, in the case that was on trial, are Mr. Dead Man and Mr. Mackerel. We've got a dead man and a fish. The puns in this game are incredible, as always. But yeah, thank you for the rado. If you got a raid and run, understandable. Rest up, take care. By the way, I did briefly see your new model, Spooky. Very pretty. I like the lighting. It gives a very, very different effect while you're playing Higurashi. It feels like we're in church now. Hey, you! No running in the hallway, pal! can't stop me, detective! And who are you to tell me what to do? Damn, alright. Tell us how you really feel, Edgeworth. Yeah, it gives a somewhat creepier effect than I thought it would. It really does. It gives really great atmosphere, though, which is awesome. Like, it would definitely make a very striking image if someone's, like, navigating Twitch and they saw your model with, like, the stained glass and then some horror game. I know you were talking about trying to, like, solidify and redo your branding. You're doing a good job. I'll never find out what's going on like this. It's time for some civil discourse. It's time for some fisticuffs. And you are... This is back before he knew Gumshoe. Who, me? Hey, pal. It's common courtesy to tell someone your name first before asking theirs. Point taken. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I am a district prosecutor. A prosecutor? I've never seen a prosecutor as young as you, pal. Branding makes me sound like I'm running a business? Oh, well, fair enough then. It's branding for lack of a better word. Cohesion with lore? If you don't want to use branding, I guess? Or you're trying to make everything match? But I mean, if you're a Twitch affiliate and you're making money, whether or not you want to think of it as a business, it is technically a business. If you make money out of a hobby, it is still technically a business. More than a dream, it's what I was born to do. Wait. Maybe I should check and make sure I'm not really in some crazy dream first. Punch yourself, Gumshoe. This detective is entirely too excited to be at a murder scene. You just wanted the emote slots. People are not supposed to sub to you. I wonder if you can turn off subs. If, like, you really don't want people to sub to you. I don't think you can. Well, fair enough. So, Detective Gumshoe, would you mind telling me what you know about the incident? You know that I don't have to tell you anything, right? I know that. But it would behoove you to fill me in on what you know. Behoove you. It would behoove you. That is your vocabulary. If I could steal them from you. Wow. We're learning all the crazy lore today, huh? I'm keeping my own emotes. That is crazy. Well, anyway, Detective Bad is the one in charge, so there's a detective named Bad? No way, you're kidding me. So we've got Dead Man, we've got Mr. Mackerel, and then we've got Detective Bad. So you're just going to have to ask him for all the details, okay? As for me, I was guarding the door to defended lobby number 2. So you were on guard detail. Did you notice anything strange while you were on duty? Well, I freaked out when I heard a gunshot and then I kind of froze. Don't admit that! You're a detective and a measly gunshot scares you that much? Maybe he doesn't get out much. Then again, I can hardly claim to know what it's like to hear one at close range. What do you mean? Your father died because a gun went off in an elevator. Crazy. Also, ad break in about 40 seconds as an FYI. I'm gonna get up, stretch, and get some water at that point. We went into lobby 2 together and both men were lying there, dead. Is that everything? Yeah, that's it. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I did hear a single peep of a struggle. Interesting. Other than the gunshot, he did hear a single sound of commotion. Yeah, there was no struggle, there was no fight, just boom. Bum bum. Alright, ad break. I will be right back. Hold tight, everybody. And...
Okie dokie, I am back. Hello.
This is new music? Yeah. We're in the past. This is younger Gumshoe. And there's also younger Edgeworth and all that good stuff.
Welcome back. Thank you, thank you.
This is closer to music from the original Ace Attorney games. Probably because we're in the courthouse. And then it just disappears. I guess this is Gumshoe's music now. All right. Excuse me, but who are you? Detective Tyrell Bad. Homicide. I was informed of the situation came as quickly as possible. So, how did you arrive and inspect the body before me? Faraday requested for me to testify in the trial. Plain and simple. Mr. Faraday requested that you be here? Alright, let's start with trial witness. Why was I not informed that you were going to testify in court? Homicides aren't my only gig. The Yatagarasu case is also one of my assignments. So, you were called upon to comment on the Yatagarasu's characteristics in order to assess if Mr. Faraday really was the Yatagarasu or not? Well. Looks like you might have a brain after all in that head of yours, son. Son? I'm not your son, Pops! Now. I mean, Edgeworth is like 19 here, so he's pretty young. Age 53? Well, I mean, yeah, they're not father and son, but a 53-year-old and a 19-year-old, that's parent and child age. 26! He's so young! My goodness! What a baby. Victim was 40. He's been through a lot. He looks a little rough. Yeah, 40's that age where either you still look quite young, or like, yeah, you look like you've been hit by a truck, from my understanding. 40's the age where your lifestyle starts catching up with you. I've already contacted HQ about the situation. I've got nothing to say to you, kid. Alright, so we've been upgraded from son to kid. Kid! I'm Mr. Faraday's substitute in today's trial. Therefore, I insist that you update me on the situation. I can't back down here. I have a right to know. Do I need to teach you a thing or two about how to talk to adults, kid? Is he threatening me? Is he going for his gun? It's just a mirror? How dare he trick me like that? Damn, imagine pulling a gun on a prosecutor in a courthouse because he wasn't talking respectfully enough. Faraday was stabbed to death with some kind of blade, and he had a gun in his hand. The other man, Mr. Mackerel, was shot and killed. He was found holding a bloody knife in his hand. So it was mutual annihilation. Was there anyone else who went into defendant lobby number 2? Yeah, that big lug over there. His name's Gumshoe. It's like, oh, me? He was in charge of guarding the place. He's claiming that no one else entered the room. If that's the case, then they must have killed each other, correct? Maybe. I mean, kind of hard to, because they said there was like no sounds from inside except for the gunshot. Kind of hard to kill someone by stabbing them without there being a noise, especially if they've got enough life in them to fight back and shoot you. Like, something's fishy here. Guy's really testing your patience. I'm sure you're testing his, Edgeworth. Do you have a minute? You know, I'm not really into talking to people I don't know. Especially at a time like this. Ah, I apologize for not introducing myself before bothering you. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I was to take Mr. Faraday's place in court. Edgeworth, huh? Never heard of you. So Faraday's substitute is a newbie, huh? I'll have you know, madame, that I studied under Manfred von Karma. Not the finger wangle. Do not take me for some naive novice. Don't take me for some naive novice. Oh, so you're a student of Von Karma. I should have. Those clothes are a dead giveaway. Stop right there! These are the garments of one who gallantly presents the facts. Oh, thanks for the great laugh, but try not to make me laugh so much, okay? I wasn't trying to do anything of the sort. Just kidding. I was just goofing around. By the way, do you know who I am? My name is Callisto Yu. And if you're telling the truth, then we were about to go head-to-head in court. Ah, but of course, I have heard much about you, Miss Yu. Ah, but of course, I have heard much about you. Oh, you're a regular Shakespeare! Did I say something funny? She's making fun of you, my boy. I'd like you to update me on the situation. I don't really know anything. Why don't you try talking to those detectives over there? If that's the case, then why are you here? Oh, what's so funny? It's just that the way you speak is so tactless. The person I was going against in court until only a little while ago was just murdered. It's not like I could go back into the courtroom pretending as though nothing happened. That's a good point. I apologize for asking such an insensitive question. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Miss Yu! There is someone here who wishes to see you. Who is it? A Cadopian embassy staff member by the name of Mani Kochin? What? What's going on? Detective Bad and Miss Yu's mood just changed all of a sudden. Wait a second. Wasn't Mani Kochin? I'll be right there. It's nice to see you again, Miss Yu. Why are you here? I have no desire to ever see you again. Now, actually, would you mind stepping outside for a brief chat? Fine, let's go. And there's this dude. Von Karma's powering through with his cane. I thought you used a cane because you had trouble walking. This guy can walk like the best of them. Von Karma? It's been a long time. I knew you would show up. You usually do when the Yatagarasu is involved, and I see this case is no exception. Do you know Detective Bad, sir? Yes, he's like an old bloodhound that never leaves the scene of a crime. If only he would get a promotion and move on. It's the crime scene where a detective is most useful and effective. Huh, it's not like I don't know that. Moving on though, Bad. The man that I just passed by. Was he not the suspect for the KG8 incident? So I was right. Just what is that man doing wandering around here? That Faraday. I can't believe he let such an easy catch get away. Imbecile! I would have proved his guilt in 3 minutes. He's a great guy, you know. Von Karma, I think you've said enough for now. It's in poor taste to speak like that about the departed. Very well. Back on topic, I'm placing Edgeworth in charge of the investigation here.
Objection!
She's so small! Oh god. Why is it always when Spooky and the other Germans are here that Franziska is around? Y'all are summoning her. Papa! How can you place him in charge? Franziska? What are you doing here? I'm here for summer vacation. What else? Hello, my leap. I like that she basically has the same haircut as a 19-year-old. She just has a shorter bob as when she's older. Young Franziska, yep, and she's got a riding crop instead of a whip. Franziska von Karma, so she is here on vacation from Germany, so she'd be like 13? It's very bendable. Well, a riding crop does tend to be flexible. If you've never ridden a horse before, technically it's a whip for the horse. You're the one who's junior to me, and don't you forget it. You're not conveniently avoiding the bar examination, are you? At 13? That's right, she became a prosecutor at a crazy young age. I always forget that. This guy is 24? He's got the JoJo genes going on here. He looks so much older. Ha! If you were able to pass it, I'll have absolutely no trouble at all. Damn. I wonder how it feels, because there are some people who fail their bar exams multiple times before they finally pass. Meanwhile, we've got this, like, frickin' 13-year-old from Germany who's like, I got it in 1 try. You guys are idiots. I'll never allow myself to lose to you! Never! Why does she always have to be this competitive? Anyway, Papa, are you really assigning Miles Edgeworth to cover the case? Yes, I am. Why do you ask? Well, you know, I'm close to becoming a prosecutor myself. And I am 100% confident that I can do a better job than him. That's just like Franziska. She has no problem bad-mouthing someone right in front of them. This'll go very well in Japan. Bad? Yeah. These two will be conducting their investigation. Damn! No wonder everyone hates Edgeworth. Cause like, okay, entrusting having a 19-year-old head up the investigation? Yeah, they're pretty young, but at least he's passed all his examinations and he's employed. Montfort's like, here's my 13-year-old daughter. She's coming along as well because she's a brat and I don't know how to deal with her. What? You want me to let both of these kids loose on the crime scene? Huh. This is a perfect opportunity for them to work on their prosecutorial skills. I don't know what being a prosecutor has to do with investigating a crime scene, considering prosecutors aren't ever supposed to investigate a crime scene, but okay, whatever. A crime scene is not a place for children to be messing around in. I'm the one with authority over this crime scene, Bad. No, you're not. You're not the police. I have no idea how the power dynamics in this country work. There's no way a prosecutor has authority over a crime scene, even if it is in a courthouse. Edgeworth? Francisca. I leave this case to the two of you. Understood, sir? Yes, Papa. I'll go take care of the paperwork now. Just gonna put a 13-year-old on the investigatory paperwork. Whatever. I'm sure this'll be fine. Remember, I'll accept nothing but a perfect report from the both of you. Do not disappoint me. And off he goes. There's something about Francisca. It looks like she has an adult model shrunk down. Like they didn't design her with like a child's proportions, basically. Like they just took their adult Francisca model and shrunk her. Miles Edgeworth, it's been quite some time, Francisca. This will be the perfect chance for us to see which of us is truly worthy of the Von Karma name. I mean, you can keep it. Edgeworth wasn't adopted into the family. Would it kill you to at least say hello? Hisashiburi. Long time no see. Very good. Just because you became a prosecutor first doesn't mean you can act all proud. She hasn't changed a bit! Why would you let her get so close? The riding crop's range is much smaller than her whip. Miles Edgeworth, as I was saying, we shall see which of us is worthy of the Von Karma name. For crying out loud, I've been reduced to a babysitter. I mean, that's valid grumbling, considering it's Francisca. It looks like Mr. Von Karma was successful in convincing the detective. That's just like him, he never fails. And when in doubt, he uses blackmail. Now, I'd appreciate if you could quickly run me through the facts, Detective Bad. You're better off checking things out on your own. Very well. Seems like getting help from Detective Bad will be an arduous task. I mean, he's right. He's like, you've got a job to do. I'm supposed to let you in. No one said anything about me doing your job for you. Well, well, well. They had quite a time in here. Is the only real explanation that they killed each other simultaneously? I mean, if they both had guns, sure, but the fact one has a knife makes that very unlikely. Also, yeah, the bodies are positioned wrong. Because if you're stabbed with a knife, you would die slower than if you were shot with a gun. So the guy on the bottom is the one who was shot by the gun, and the guy on top is the one who got stabbed by the knife. So if the guy on top shot first, this dude is dead, won't get stabbed. Or, yeah, no, I'm right. The bodies are weird. It depends who attacked first, basically. But yeah, if, right, because there was only they didn't hear any noise of an altercation except for the gunshot. So the gun would have been first unless, you know, the stabbing was completely silent. In which case, the bodies should be reversed. Rial should be falling on top of Faraday, who shot in self-defense, quote-unquote. Miles Edgeworth, you should listen to someone until they are finished talking. Why, though? What are you talking about? I'll say it one more time. This is a competition to see who is truly worthy of the Von Karma name. Okie dokie. A competition? The person that figures out the truth first wins. These are people's lives here. It's not a game. The fact you're saying stuff like that proves you're not ready to be a prosecutor. So the person who doesn't discover the truth is a dishonor to the name? Exactly! I don't care that you became a prosecutor before me. I simply refuse to hear any more foolish things come from your foolishly foolish mouth. Ah, there we go. There's the Francisca we know. It's not Francisca unless she's dropping the F-bombs. Huh, fine. Whatever makes you happy. Can I take that as you accepting my challenge? Once again, whatever makes you happy. Huh, well then, let's begin the investigation. I can't believe my little sister is this big a pain in the ass. I'm going to find the perfect evidence and prettily present it like the professional I am. You like your P's as much as your F's? Competing to discover the truth behind a crime. How delightfully childish and fucked up. You kids over there, hold it! Kid? Ha! Serves you right, Miles. He just called you a kid. I said kids, kid. Huh, how dare you call me a kid as well? You are literally 13 years old. I'll do what I please, and I won't allow you to cause a ruckus on my crime scene. Hey, big guy, you're going to watch over these two. Yes, sir, Detective Bad, sir! Now, do what I say from now on, kids, okay? You'd better not get in our way, Scruffy. You'll feel the bite of my whip if you do. Eek! Then you prosecutor boy. Let's get your investigation started already, alright? Great, now even that detective is treating me like a child. Alright, it's time to get investigating. Get a move on, prosecutor boy. My name is Miles Edgeworth. The condescending attitude from Gumshoe is hilarious, considering how much he starts revering Edgeworth. It will be my duty as a prosecutor to look into your monthly salary if you call me prosecutor boy one more time. What? And what would you do with my salary after you saw how much it was? What do you think? That's up to you now, isn't it? Really? Sounds good, pal! He really thinks he's gonna get a raise? Oh, no. Detective Bad, may I have a word with you? What is it? It appears that both a knife and a gun were used as murder weapons. Yeah, it does. It's like, thanks, Captain Obvious. That leads us to our first question of the investigation. Where did the men acquire the weapons? The gun was inside of Faraday's bag. It was a piece of evidence that was presented in the trial earlier today. It was used to kill the Kodopian embassy staff member. But I never heard anything about the knife. Mr. Rell was being held by the police. There's no way he could have brought it in. Which means it's possible that Faraday had the knife on him from the start as well. Could it be? Could it have been a piece of evidence that had yet to be presented? Possibly. But then, why doesn't Detective Bad know about it? Wait, what if? It's possible that Mr. Faraday brought the knife in under the guise of prosecutorial evidence. He could have then brought it out and attacked Mr. Rell with it. Huh, maybe you've got a brain in there after all, kid. Is he going to treat me like a child forever? Until you earn his respect, probably. It looks like Mr. Faraday attacked Mr. Rell first, who then counterattacked. That's the only logical conclusion you can draw from a scene like this. Not yet. It's much too early to be drawing conclusions already. I must first find conclusive evidence, so as to protect the honor of the Von Karma name, because God forbid. Alright. There are some plastic bags stacked up on the table. There's a tea set too, but there doesn't seem to be any signs of a disturbance. Yeah, the table's all neat and tidy. Alright, so yeah. Nothing was unusual then? No actual, like, altercation? Because otherwise there was a chance the teapot would have been toppled. Maybe they were super quiet in their scuffle? I mean... possibly? Very unlikely, though. After all, I didn't hear anything from out in the hallway, you know? Maybe the plastic bags scattered on the floor are throwing us off? There's some stuff in the bag, pal. I suppose this was Mr. Faraday's bag. It's probably the trial evidence I was supposed to collect from him. This is the evidence? I'd better not touch it. I'll leave prints on it. Do you just not pay attention to anything you do? Probably. It's Gumshoe after all. If We've got a big TV in here, presumably for watching evidence tapes. Whoa! What is it, Detective Gumshoe? My TV at home is so tiny compared to this one, pal. God, remember when TVs were this big and heavy? Like, they're still pretty big now, but they're all like flat screens. Then perhaps you should purchase a more normal-sized television. Define normal-sized. Ooh, let me see. Wow, this thing is huge. Not the snow! Wah! And way too noisy. You're the noisy one, Scruffy. Don't touch it. You'll get your fingerprints all over it. But I didn't touch it. Preservation of the crime scene is the foundation of detective work. The foundation, huh? Sounds like something the rookie here needs to shore up on. So he says he didn't touch the TV, so that means it was already playing a tape. That was showing a black screen, I guess? The window is open and, there's a fresh, flowery scent in the air. Ah! The flowers in the garden down there are so gross and ghastly. Do you think maybe you could try offering something useful for a change? Well, at least there's no way someone escaped through this window, pal. They wouldn't wake up and smell the flowers after a fall from the 3rd floor. True. Are you willfully ignoring the fact that there are also iron bars on the windows? Well, that too. Yeah, I guess there's that too. Either way, no one could get through these windows, right? They thought of everything when they were designing this courthouse. Very nice. Do 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 do. All right. What else do we got? The TV has been left on. Why are you looking at me like that? It wasn't me. I didn't touch anything. Gumshoe, you do know what will happen to you if you touch something again. Right? I won't touch anything. I won't even go anywhere near the TV, sir. And you, get back to your investigation, all right? I was planning to do so anyway. Damn. Okay. Let's do. It's the plant. This decorative plant's foliage is quite nice. It's actually soothing to be around. Perhaps I should purchase one for my room. Do it. Plants are always good. It looks like Mr. Faraday fell on top of Mr. Rell. Of course, you need to buy a plant that takes into account their environment and the amount of lighting. At first glance, it seems like they must have killed each other, however. Using logic, the only logical conclusion is... aha! What was that outburst for? My detective instincts just hit me real hard. Force of the Isekai truck hun. It was Mr. Rail that fell first, see? Uh-huh. You don't need a detective's instinct for that. It's common sense. But I suppose we won't know much more than that until after I examine the bodies. Well, the rest of us will have inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Ba 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 ba. Alright. Evidence bags? Why are there plastic bags scattered all around? Those bags are for keeping evidence safe, pal. And there is blood in one. I know that much, detective. You sure are good at this stuff, aren't you, pal? Bro? Normally I'd be happy when someone compliments me, but when it's this guy... Oof. Anyway, could these plastic bags be evidence of a fight between the two men? Quite possibly. Whoops. Did not mean to push back. Looks like Mr. Faraday died while holding the gun in his right hand. So he shot Mr. Riel and then fell on top of him while still gripping onto the gun? I guess that does seem kind of strange, huh? I mean, why would Mr. Faraday know how to fire a gun? I mean, it is more uncommon in some countries than others, but... I don't think that's the main problem here, Gumshoe. It's not exactly rocket science. Even I know how to pull a trigger, but you know how to turn off the safety. Although I doubt I'll ever need to use one. So Edgeworth is... Oh! I guess this harkens back to case 4 of the first game where he's on trial for supposedly shooting someone. I hope I never have to fire a gun either, pal. But it sure does look cool to hold a gun in your hands. Right. It appears that the police's screening procedures need a thorough review. I mean, Gumshoe does an okay job. He's just a little too enthusiastic sometimes. Anyway, I should jot down some notes about the handgun in Mr. Faraday's hand. Died with a knife in his hand. There's some blood stuck on it. Then he must have used this as a weapon. Yup, no doubt about it. Brilliant. Was Mr. Faraday carrying this on his personage? Sorry, personage. Did he bring this as a piece of evidence for the trial? Or did he bring it with a very different intention in mind? I should jot down some notes down about it. His hand is all black down here, see? I wonder what it could be. Ink? Huh, if you look closely, this blotching powder resembles an ink stain. An ink stain? What could they have been using ink for in this situation? I mean, some newspapers are really bad for bleeding ink, but usually by the time you get one from the store or something, the ink has set enough that that doesn't happen. But yes, I usually get ink on my own hands when I use my feather pen? Damn, bro. Like, fountain pen I understand, but feather pen? A feather pen? I've never seen one before. You sure you aren't just making it up, pal? I mean, that is a reasonable assumption. Mr. Rel's cause of death was from being shot, correct? That's what we think, but it's hard to tell with him lying face down. No one's checked him out yet. I see. Death is bad enough, but it's truly lamentable that someone would try to hide the truth. Are you sure they were trying to hide something? I can't confirm Mr. Rel's cause of death with his body positioned like this. Detective Bad, I'd like to examine the bodies in further detail, if possible. What's this? You're not able to form a theory with them the way they are? I believe an examination of the bodies is vital to finding the perfect evidence, don't you? I suppose you do have a point. Well, hurry up and get on with it. Labby. Damn. Imagine just being referred to by your job title. Yes, sir. We've taken enough photos of the scene, sir. And there you have it. Do you not approve? Of course not. What? Investigation of a crime scene is the work of a detective, so don't touch a thing. Hey, big fella, turn over the bodies for me, will ya? Oh, okay. Please forgive me, Mr. Faraday, sir. Gumshoe, do not get emotionally involved. Remember, you're a detective. Well, you can still have empathy, especially when it's someone you technically knew. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. So I guess it was the fountain pen in his pocket? Oh, is his hand not anything? It looked like he was holding something, but I guess that's just me. There's a knife wound in his chest here, see? I wonder if the wound matches the knife Mr. Rel is holding. One stab wound and he's dead? Crazy. That's not even the side the heart is usually on. Labby? Yes, sir! Verifying now, sir! Make it quick. But the look of things... one could deduce that the knife Mr. Rel is holding is what killed Mr. Faraday. Seems reasonable. Mr. Faraday is holding a gun in his right hand. That's the one Mr. Riel got blown away by, right? Don't phrase it like that. Labby, your answer? Yes, sir! We found that the ballistic markings do match that gun. Even though, you know, we haven't examined the bodies or anything. Oh, ballistic markings are the figurative fingerprints a gun leaves on a bullet when fired. Every gun leaves its own unique ballistic markings. Therefore, by looking at the markings on a bullet, you can tell which gun it came from. Yeah, that's it. Of course I already knew all about that, pal. Of course. Maybe you'd be better off going back to the academy. Damn. Ah! Come on, sir. Cut me some slack, will ya? So the bullet that was fired from this gun is what felled Mr. Rel. Got the knife. It looks like Mr. Faraday was stabbed with this knife that Mr. Rel is holding. Youch! What's wrong, detective? My stomach started to hurt from just thinking about being stabbed. Just keep your mind on the case, alright? Shot in the chest. Takes some guts to fire a gun in a courthouse. I mean, I've been a detective for a whole week and I still haven't fired a single round yet. Only 1 week. He's freshly promoted. There aren't any burn marks on his clothes. That must mean... Wait, burn marks? Oh, come on. You know, a round grows very hot as it's discharged from a firearm. Therefore, burn marks are usually left when a shot is fired from point-blank range. There we go. Mr. Rel must have been shot from at least a yard or two away. Oh, hey! Thank you for the raid! Oh, very nice. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What were you guys doing? Robotherapy. Hello, 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 hello. Oh, hey, Zero. Thank you for directing the raid then. Hello, everybody. My name is Diana Mellis. I am a VTuber, an apprenticed apothecarist, and, well, just genuine cat girl, big sister, Onesan type. We are playing Ace Attorney Miles Edgeworth Investigations. We're like 4/5 of the way down the game. You love Ace Attorney? Nice! Yeah, we've played the first 3 on stream already. We're working our way through the franchise slowly but surely. But yes, thank you for the raid, everyone. If at any reason you guys gotta head on out to take care of yourselves, please do. Otherwise, if you want to just hang out for the next bit as we wrap things up, by all means, stick around. 'Cause yeah, usually we finish between 4 to 5 today. So like we've got about an hour, give or take. All right. Shot from at least a yard or 2 away. Favorite AA series? Oh, that's nice. I've heard some people who do like the investigation series, but not too many who say it's their favorite. You gotta go get dinner? Understood. Take care of yourself then. Have a nice dinner and a good evening. A bunch of neat stuff for your age, pal? Bro. He passed the bar exam. Apparently, this detective has as much common knowledge as your everyday marsupial. Damn. He's really out here like... This guy's got the brain power of an opossum. First, he killed a Cadopian embassy staff member. Then he was murdered himself. What goes around comes around, I suppose. This guy wasn't exactly an angel, you know. Oh? What makes you say that? Well, he's been hauled into the precinct several times for theft and assault, pal. Sounds like someone needed some, intervention and not just continually thrown into jail. So yeah, he's definitely the type to have committed a murder or two. Well, he did admit to killing Mr. Deadman. I still can't believe that Deadman. Hey, good point, pal. I knew my detective's intuition was telling me something. Detective's intuition. Do you know about it? It's a special feeling that all detectives... Oh boy. We don't have time for this conversation right now. Let's return to the investigation. It's like, I don't have time to talk to you about your spidey sense. Alright, is there anything else we missed? Mr. Faraday, how ironic it is for him to lose his life in a courthouse. Yeah, why did it have to be like this? I don't know what to say. I can't believe this happened while I was on watch, pal. Rather than beating yourself up, you should spend your time continuing the investigation. Didn't you become a detective in order to solve crimes? Yeah, you got me there. Then get back to work. Find out the cause of his murder. Great! I'm on it, pal! Alright. Is there anything we can put together? There we go. This is a very tiny pile of plastic bags on the table. And yet, a portion of them wound up scattered on the floor as well. It's not likely that the ones on the floor were knocked over during a struggle. In which case, there might there not be another explanation for how they got there? Another reason? I believe it's possible that the blood on the outside of the bag is related somehow. Oh, it's inside! I thought the blood was, sorry, it's outside. I thought the blood was on the inside. Please get that blood away from me, pal! Detective Gumshoe? Whose blood is on the bag? Hold on, let me ask the lab guy. Alright, please hurry. Wait till get a load of this, pal. It's Mr. Faraday's. Oh, and the technician said that he didn't find anything else on or in the bag either. Huh. It would appear that this bag is a very important piece of evidence. Okay, if you say so, I leave it in your hands, pal. Alrighty. Oh, there we go. There's something in his breast pocket. It's a fountain pen. There we go. Hey, you know I always keep a pencil behind my ear. It's because Detective Bat is always telling me you should always write your name on everything you own. Yes, somehow you do strike me as quite a forgetful individual. Rip. So I guess that's everything. Let us now try to understand how the two men died. First, Mr. Faraday took the gun and the knife out from today's trial evidence. Then he aimed the gun at Mr. Rell and fired. However, Mr. Rell managed to grab the knife and counter Mr. Faraday while being shot. And the two men fell together where they stood. That is my theory in any case. Crazy theory. What a crazy way to go. Yeah, no kidding. Still, something about that explanation just doesn't seem right. I believe I now have a firmer grasp on what happened here. Alright. Let's... Fountain pen and the ink stain. That splotch on Mr. Faraday's hand. I wonder if it might be from the ink from his fountain pen. Oh, let's ask the lab guy. Detective Gumshoe? I confirm that the substance on Mr. Faraday's hand is the ink from his fountain pen. Oh, by the way, ad break in about 40 seconds. That'll be our last one. We're probably gonna wrap up within like half an hour or so. You know, I've always wanted to say that, even if it was just one time in my life. If Mr. Faraday wrote with his fountain pen in his left hand, I think it's fair to assume he was left-handed. Another lefty in this game. There's quite a lot of them. And thus, it's weird for him to have shot with his right hand, because as we learned from the previous case, it is hard to fire a gun using your non-dominant hand, apparently. Okay, if you say so, pal. I guess there's not much left to investigate, huh? They really did kill each other. No, we can't conclude that quite yet. There's still something I find peculiar here. The theory that they simply killed one another is too simplistic in this case. Oh, ad break. Okay. Last ad break. I will be right back, so get up, get your last snack, stretches, and we will wrap up this segment. Whoop. Okie dokie, I'm back. Whoop. Thank you for staying through ad break. If there's any people who has had to sit through ad breaks because they're not subscribed, thank you. Alright, back to it. In fact, there was actually a contradiction that shows there is another possibility. No way, pal. Really? Yeah, really. I suppose I will just have to show you the contradiction in this crime scene. The contradiction is the gun.
Eureka!
Now we come face to face with the contradiction I spoke of, and it is this! Mr. Faraday used his left hand to write with his fountain pen. Ergo, he is left-handed. And yet, the handgun is in his right hand. Don't you find it odd that the left-handed Mr. Faraday would hold the gun in his right hand? Well, maybe he's ambidextrous. That, lady and gentlemen, and non-binary pals, is the great contradiction haunting this crime scene. Hey, you're right, pal. That does seem kind of strange. But how could something like this happen? The facts add up to one conclusion. And one alone. Someone else put the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand after he died. Someone else? Plastic bag scattered on the floor and a gun in the wrong hand. I sense the presence of a shadowy figure behind this case. A person of vile intent who is serious about keeping the truth from us. Investigation complete. Do. Here's the autopsy report. It is probable that Mr. Riel survived for a short time after he was shot, just long enough to stab a dude. However, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously from his stabbing. So he wouldn't have fallen on top of Rel then. Rel would have been on top. It looks like we now know everything we need to know about this case. Are you sure we know everything? Of course! The incident began with Mr. Faraday attempting to get his revenge. The prosecutor went into a rage from being accused and tried to kill the defendant. But the defendant fought back and they ended up killing each other. It's all very clear and simple. There's no margin for doubt. Do you really believe that to be the truth? Huh? Are you saying that just because I figured out the truth before you? That you don't want to believe it's true? It's alright. If you disagree with my argument, then prove me wrong. Well, if there are any contradictions to be found, that is. Don't worry, I will. Bum. Alright. This is probably the best place to stop. Not sure how much longer this segment will go for. And I'm tired. And my cats are screaming at me for dinner. Children, please. Yes, I know, Pep. I know, I'm talking about you. Yes, I know. Give me a minute. I have to say bye to everyone still. Sheesh. Cats. They want everything now. Meow. Alrighty. Tomorrow, we weren't sure what we were gonna stream. It's probably gonna be Danganronpa 3. So, come on down for more murder investigations. We're still in the first... We're not even at the first murder in Danganronpa 3, actually, so... Y'all have not missed anything if you haven't tuned in yet, so I will see you guys at 12 p.m. EST tomorrow for more Danganronpa 3. Now, let's see who I can send you guys to. Raid? Yeah! I'm working on it. Oh, Elvira is playing Monhun. She just started her stream. Perfect. Send everybody to Monhun. No, I got it. I'm good. Thank you, though. Alrighty. I am gonna send you guys off to Elvira then for some Monster Hunter. Everyone's playing Monhun. At some point, I will try. I gotta work myself up to it. There we go. Raid. And Discord, if there are any people who want to join the Discord and keep up with us when we're not streaming, sorry, my cat's causing mischief because she's hungry. So time to skedaddle out of here. Alrighty, that's gonna be it for me. So, if it's daytime where you are, have a wonderful rest of your day. And if it's nighttime, have a great rest when you head on off to bed. And until next time, take care of yourself, wash your face, brush your teeth, eat good food, and I will see you next time. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.